Hello. Good evening and stuff. So we're back. We're working on sending out the harvester ships to asteroids. So I can select an asteroid. Yay. I set up some movement, allegedly, so that the ship will move toward an asteroid. Now I gotta see if I can actually send one out to one. So we'll get that rolling. How do you pre-set up all this stuff? I don't know. We'll get that rolling. There we go. All right. So what I did just a few seconds ago that you missed out on was I modified the move code. This one checks if there's a planet. I just dropping this into the if statement, doing a cast in the if. If that succeeds, it'll do this one. If this one succeeds, this one's probably going to fail, right? Because the planet will not be an asteroid. Down here, if it's an asteroid, it'll do this one, and then movement will still happen. And you might be like, well, what happens if it gets to here and there's no valid target? Well, that's actually taken care of here. So if the target fails on the first step, then everything else fails. And we exit, so there's no errors. So allegedly this should work. It's the exact same code as above. I'm just swapping out the object, which I don't really like doing. I'd prefer to have a single object and only have one line of block of code, I guess. I don't like to reuse it if I don't have to, but it's whatever. Because if there's an error here, there's just a higher chance of having an error in one of these, having a mistake. But they look pretty good. If I make a mistake, it's whatever. Alright. So I need to be in here. I want to get the selected asteroid. I do need to validate it. Let's see. This one is a planet. I might rewrite a lot of this to happen actually on the coded side, but it's fine, I guess. Selected planet goes here. So welcome to the stream if I haven't said hello yet. Alright. Trying to think of how I want to hook this up. We will need a docked planet that has to be valid, and if this fails, you know, choose a destination. If the docked planet is valid, it then checks if we have a selected planet. And if the selected planet fails, choose destination, or if it's succeeded, then we go to the branch. And then there's a check to make sure that the docked planet is not the selected planet, because you can't go to where you're going. You can't go to where you're at, so that makes sense. But I would like an OR operation here. What branching option do I have? I think I'll just go down the line. If we're not selecting a planet, then maybe we're selecting this thing. If this fails, we'll go here. If we succeed, we'll go there. Although that doesn't make a lot of sense, right? This branch doesn't care about this. I might change the order so that the option dock planet has to happen. If valid passes, we go here. This one goes to this check. Good. If fail, we go here. This one does not need to go here. And failure can go there. This one we're not sending resources to an asteroid, so can I bypass that? Do I have an asteroid list? This one is a loop from the docked planet. No, that's from the destination child list. But does the destination child take in asteroids? I don't think so. I think this is only for, let's see, location, I want destination. Receiving text set. If I go back to the ship menu, location, child, destination, ships. This is a tangled web of mess. Okay, let's sort this out. So if I come straight into here, I don't think I'm going to have any rules that say I can't send non-harvesting ships to an asteroid. Because if you want to send, you know, a patrol out or whatever, I guess it's fine. I still don't fully understand the rules of how this is going to work, because attacking ships fire on the end of turn, and then that stays in limbo until all ships are gone. So if you send out a patrol, would it wait for that patrol to kind of go out and come back? I guess so. But the harvesters are not going to be counted in that check. Okay. So I guess I'm going to fire straight into here. Okay, and then this element that is being checked here. Receiving target, I don't think that's going to matter. The end target is going to be from there. Receiving count, I guess that's fine. On this end, oh, look at the web of craziness. Player NQ. home planet in queue, target planet in queue. So I'm going to have to add a modifier to this because right now this is taking target planet. So what do? Do I add an input for an asteroid and then swap them, or do I create a whole other override for this function? Let's take a look. If I go to this, where is send? Okay, so send ship. So instead of taking in a target planet, I could just take in a target actor, and then I can decide on which actor it is. Do I ultimately need to know if the target is a planet? So this is going to be called on update action queue. So update action queue, send ships. We check the send. We're going to see if the player is active and the player being sent is the same. If that's the case, then we will spawn the ship. Comes in with the player, the type, and the number of ships. And I think it just grabs the target off of the player from here. I probably could make this more universal. Alright, get valid target. Get valid target takes in the actor. I'm just casting. It's like doing multiple surgeries on the same subject. You know, like every time you go in and you do a little operation here, you're like, oh, okay, we just did a little bit of heart surgery. Oh, I gotta go replace the spleen. Well, is the spleen talking to the heart today? Like, how are those related? Probably not that sophisticated. And then spawn ship happens on the planet. My own tangled web of stuff. If I break how this works, that could be a problem. Wonder why I did this. Why did I do get valid target? What was my thinking here? Because if I'm already passing the planet to the ship, why am I checking here? Because selected planet is planet type, right? Should be. Alright, let's go back here. I think this was just a safety check. So I don't think this is super necessary. Even here, you know, it's saying that this is basically going to be a null pointer. The operation for is a. That may have to be a pointer. So let me do. Let me go back to ship.h. Where is ship.h? hold on a second. It is just target object. Ship.h target. Target object is just an actor. So then I can just do a cast. I saved this, right? So let's close that. We'll come back to planet. Well, why would that fail? Huh. I'm not sure why I can't put an object that is an actor into an object that is an actor. I shouldn't have to do a direct cast. I should be able to pass in directly. But I would have to validate what this is one way or the other. But maybe I'm being silly here. Are these even used? Yeah. So here I need to check to see if you can have a selected asteroid and a selected planet at the same time. Because you have to change off whatever object this is. I think I can have both at the same time. I could check in code, but it's a little bit easier for me to just check it when the game is active. Because what I assume is going to happen based on the code that's written is not always what happens. So I have to make sure my logic is in line with what's actually happening. Okay. So player 0, let's see, selected. I do have a general selected object. Let's see if that populates. So planet is populated here. Selected object did not get populated. An asteroid. So these both can exist at the same time. So I could go through the pain of, I don't want to invalidate those. It would be slightly cleaner to get the object and then cast to see what object it is. I'm just thinking of how many things will break if I change it. If I remove these two and only go off of selected object, then what other things are talking to these specifically? And each time I want to talk to this, I need to cast, which is a little bit slow, but so is running a validation check every time I run it, so. Let's take a look at the player controller. Okay. So right now I'm doing selected planet. Let's swap this out for selected object. How many things are going to break because of that? I might break a lot of things because of this. And then I'll do that again down here. What's up, AP? How's it going? Because I kind of already did this here, which is annoying. Right, because I'm already doing a cast. I'm setting selections and all that stuff. I guess I should call the select object delegate down here. That way it gets refreshed. I'm anticipating a lot of things breaking doing it this way. But let's just see if the selected object changes to a more central object. Okay, selected. Okay. The highlight stays though. I should only highlight one or the other. And that updates. Alright, so when I select from planet to planet, highlight changes. When I select from asteroid to asteroid, highlight changes. I don't see a clean way of turning the highlight off. That'll get a bit messy. What I can do is I can do a validation check on the asteroid to see if the planet is selected, and then turn its selection off. And I can do the opposite in the other. That's such a mess. I wrote in Java back when I was writing for Android. So I did Java and Kotlin. They're kind of similar. Kotlin is basically Java with some extra features. So, but that was years ago. And then probably 15, 18 years ago, me and a buddy did a web-based game using JavaScript, and there was a game library plugin SDK that we had. But that's basically my interaction with Java and or JavaScript. You know. Although I do some GameMaker programming, and GameMaker GML, so that it has its own language. GameMaker language is GML. It is kind of a mix between JavaScript and Python and some C languages. Those are, because it's kind of loosey-goosey and everything is auto-typed. Like, you can specify a type, but most of the time it's auto-typed. And you can use semicolons if you want to, but it doesn't need them. You can do parentheses if you want to, but it doesn't need them. That's a weird language. And when you move from GML to something more strict, then you're like, oh, that's bizarre. So for the company you write code for, are you writing mostly in C++? I think I asked you that before. I think this would be a lot cleaner. I'm going to have to reorganize this at some point. how can I reorganize this a little bit better? See me thinking already in the past. I've already captured the actor here. This is basically a cast. I wonder why Isa and cast are both things, you know? Because this is basically a cast operation. It's one of those, questions, Isa versus casting. Because if I want to cast, I would do ASQ, planet. And then hit actor would go in here. This is the same operation as this. And I think this literally internally just does a cast. Grabs the static class and then returns the type. I want to know. Isa versus casting. Yeah, I remember you working remote. I thought you said something I thought you had something to do with programming though. Okay. Let's check this. I hear cats breaking things. Okay, let me see. UE5. So, with a quick Google of ISA versus casting, the AI overview says, ISA and casting serve different purposes when dealing with object types. ISA is used to check if an object belongs to a specific class or any of its derived classes. Casting, on the other hand, is used to safely convert a pointer of one type to another, potentially allowing access to specific member variables and functions of that target type. While ISA is faster for type checking, casting provides access to the object-specific members if the cast is successful. Since this is the Google AI's response, I have to take it with a grain of salt, because while I think that's correct, that ISA is faster, the end result, well, no, because I ended up casting it down here. So maybe that is correct. I did a rough check and then I casted it. But since I have to cast it anyway, I'm doing a two-step operation. So oh, I gotcha. Do you prefer working remote? I didn't mind it when I was teaching remote, with the exception of the kids never did anything. You have no authority when they're behind a screen. It's like, hey, get to work. They're like, screw you, and they just turn the monitor off or whatever. So it was always a waste. But as far as working-wise, it gave me the freedom to do both that and my side project at the same time. I could differentiate. Or delegate my tasks, whatever. So here, because I have to cast down here, I wonder if I should just do it here and get it over with. Because this is one check, and then later on I do this check. So it's like hitting that twice. I don't know, man. Yeah. I found that a lot of the students preferred having the in-person teaching model versus, the remote. I guess it's similar to doing online courses, I preferred having a professor to talk to and say, hey, such and such isn't working, or I have a problem with this or that, and getting real-time feedback versus, typing up an email and then they only read like one sentence of the email and they answer half a question. And you're like, did you even bother reading this thing? So there's that. Yeah. my brain is not giving me a clean way of doing this. Yeah, I'm not thinking of a simplified way. I keep coming back to having to do it twice. You ever stare at something and go, "Yeah, I'm not getting anywhere"? That's where I'm at here. Darn. So the way that I currently have this working, I check to see its type. I check to see if the planet variable is not null, and if the planet is currently not the hit actor. Right? So like if I select planet A and then later select planet B, the hit actor and then whatever's currently contained would not be identical. So in that case, I would deselect it. And I would set that highlight mesh hidden. And then the next step, I would cast to the new hit actor and then run that over. I could do this again. Well, no. Because I still have to deal with doing it on the asteroid. Let's see, is the asteroid its own entity or is it derived from? Asteroid is derived from actor. I was going to see if I could treat it like a child of the planet, because they have similar stuff. Kind of the makeup of an asteroid is like a planet, but no. I don't know. My brain's frozen here. So instead what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to come back up to here, grab this stuff. Snip that out. Get rid of that. And I'll do the gross thing. Which is... and then I'll do that. Disable the highlight of previously selected. I changed my mind again. I'll just do this as an OR. Oh, I did discover a feature that I think is kind of neat, which is highlighting and then opening a brace. I was like, oh, that's new. That wasn't a thing before. I don't know when they introduced that, what version of Visual Studio, but I think it's neat. Okay. And then this I'll put in here. And then otherwise, if this is the asteroid, crap. Now it's more compact. I don't think I need this debugger call. I actually found an issue with UE logs not firing in certain conditions. But I don't think I need the debugger for that. Oh, I'm missing a parenthesis. Planet, planet, player, asteroid, asteroid, player. Am I missing anything? Huh. Am I missing? I am. I'm missing a brace. So 1 and then 2. This one starts here. Yeah. Let's test it. It broke. Why you break, yo? Assignment with conditional expression. Yeah, so that doesn't work in this case because you can get away with that if it's a declaration because it creates it and then assigns it, but it doesn't like it when you do this to a pre-existing guy. Hey, welcome to the stream if I didn't catch you a minute ago. What I may just do is lump these together. So I'll do this. Sometimes it is annoying when it finishes the end for you. I'll just do this inside here. And I'll make that the last thing on the thing. I moved it.
Oh, thank God.
I moved it when Bruce was here. Okay. I don't see the highlight happening. Wow, that was slow. I'm not getting any response here. So this is going to fail because the planet currently is a null pointer. So this will fail. Which is why originally I wrote it this way. I don't want to do 2 validation checks, it's annoying, but I guess I have to. Like, this is what I mean by being kind of silly. So I can create a new thing. This goes, if it's active, it goes to this. I forget the order. Stack at compile time, heap during runtime. But anyway, it allows me to generate a new temporary variable over and over and over again to run this cast, rather than allowing me to do this on a living variable. You know, it's whatever. I didn't design it. What do I got? This is selected. So that's changing here. And then an asteroid So that one, that. And then these two are no longer being populated, so I should be able to remove these and stick with just a selected object. But I have to see what else breaks, because some things are relying on these. So anything that checks the player's selected planet is going to break. Not looking forward to that, because there are a lot of things that rely on that bit of code. That's a lot of things to chase. And then each time I want to use this object, I have to cast to it. I don't really know if that's better. I know from my side of the table, it's more convenient to get the variable and use it than to get the variable and have to cast to it every time. Because I have casts running all the time, doing different things, you know. It's just extra hits, extra things to slow down progress. It's interesting that I'm behind. I mean, it's kind of cool, but I just happen to be positioned behind this planet, so I'm getting this little sunrise action. Let's see if the... Well, I know for a fact it's going to break. Like, if I want to send a ship... There is a part of the code that gets the selected object, the planet or asteroid, directly from the player controller and not the player. Hey, welcome to the stream. Can I dock to asteroids yet? No, I cannot dock to an asteroid. That forces me to dock to the planet. This planet's too big. I'm inside the radius of it. That is a huge planet, though. If I look at the orbits, I wonder if there are any solar systems where the giants are that close to the sun. You know, usually the smaller planets are on the inner, and then the larger ones go to the outer. But I don't know if that's always the case. That's a Neil deGrasse Tyson question, you know. That is a big old plant, though. Hmm. There's a part of me that appreciates this being universal, and there's a part of me that does not like the fact that I'm going to go have to hunt down big chunks of code to repair anything that I'm breaking by taking those out. Like right off the bat, off of the HUD, there are probably a dozen things on here that rely on that. Get selected planet. From where? Right? But I do need to think about the long-term implications of this, because if I make it so that you can select the ships individually, then your selected object could be, you know, an attacker or a supply ship. Which is part of the reason why I had them separated out. And I can't plug this directly in without changing this function, but that would go here to the target object in queue. So I've got one here. The other one would be on here. So I've got two. Get selected planet from here. Selected planet and asteroid. which might have to change how this logic works. So, how do I want to do that? Part of the complication that I was running in is both of these can exist. You can have a selected planet at the same time you have a selected asteroid. So by having a single selected object, lets me have a universal thing that I can select. I could go through the process of, if it's one or the other, that it sets the other one to null. That way it invalidates that object. But then I would still have to allow for that on the other function. If it were you, what would you do? Which way would you go with this? I guess we'll save here. Because I could, with this current setup, just as easily do it this way. Because I can do it this way just fine. So in either one of those cases, right, this should work, and then right, so that works. Planet and asteroid swap out. So I guess either way, really, I have to decide on which one I want to use. It is a bit more convenient to only have to deal with one object and then just cast to it. Slightly more convenient on the one end. There are conveniences for the other, you know. If my brain is thinking about planets, I just go grab selected planet and whatever. If my brain is going on selected object, then whatever. I could keep them all. And then that creates confusion. Anyway, I think I'm going to stop here and think about which one of these I really want the most. I've got to sort that out, I think. I don't know. I'll pop over here. Maximilian Pegasus was a game show host of Duelist Kingdom tournaments. Donald Trump was a game show host of The Apprentice. I'm not sure what to make of that. I do remember you're fired. But outside of that, I don't know. Duelist. I don't remember that show. He had a late dinner? Alright. Have a good one, man. For now, I will allow for both conditions. Since I'm undecided. On the ship, where are we? Mr. Ship. Here, and then we're spawning ship. What other targets does the ship have? Ship. just target object. And target object's just an actor. I mean, I guess I could just cast it. See if I can get away with this. Because a cast will fail. It doesn't have the asteroid type. I thought I included it. Which would explain why I couldn't find it earlier. So I can do this. If this cast passes, it'll do this. If this cast passes, it'll do that. I don't really have to do an if statement in that case. And it will be one or the other. But that doesn't really matter, does it? If I just pass in the selected object and cast it later. So this is being silly. So I don't have to cast here. And since I don't need the asteroid, I can take that out. So then on ship CPP for the movement, where is move being done? I think it's checking target object. Where is tick at? I'm moving that to the bottom. I prefer having my tick events as the last thing, so I can always find them. Yeah, so move grabs target object, and then target object is going to be differentiated inside of here. So I cast it as a planet, do planet things, cast it as an asteroid, do asteroid things. So that's being handled there. So then on game mode, I guess game mode.h, that was the send ships, right? And then I changed the signature of this. So this is no longer target planet, this is going to be target object. So a actor. Target object in queue. go back to game mode and modify that. Construction. Okay, so send ship instead of it being a target planet. Target object. Go back to here. That should be valid. That should be the same. And then coming back up here under the send ship action in queue, I don't think we check the target. So that gets handled internally. Let's run it and see if it breaks. Successful build. Okay. I need to do this on this guy. Welcome to the stream. I am breaking a bunch of code and looking at spaghetti. So this, because I allowed these to remain, I think I can keep this logic as it is. And then I can go through here and then under spawn ship. From here, I can change this one out. I think that's okay. Now, when it comes to getting the name of the object, how am I doing that? That's happening on the... Where? Is that going to be on the destination child? I think so. Receiving info, update receiving text, update count text, update ship text. I need to update the location. So where is that? I think that's directly on the menu itself. So if I go here, destination, I need to find that text. Destination, let's find you by name. So this has to be changed. Because this is no longer destination planet. I'm going to have to take in an actor, I think, and then convert it. Where are you being fired? That's funny. Bruce, are you watching my stream? Why don't you join the chat and say something? How you doing over there? Alright, so I need to know where this guy is coming in from. Where am I calling that? Update destination name. Where do you happen? Let's look for that. Update destination name. I see the actual function, but that is not being called here. That might be called on the HUD. So from the HUD, update destination name. Yeah. I'm actually grabbing that directly from the controller. Do I get that from... Where are you at here? Player controller... There's .h, CPP. So I do pass that back to the player. And I do cast it directly to the asteroid or the planet. I think I'll grab it from the player instead. Okay, so if I'm going to do that, what I need to do is change this one to actor. So destination planet, So instead of being an SQ planet, I'll murder that, which is going to break a bunch of stuff. And then I'm going to make another one, and this will be destination object. And this will be an actor. There you are. Standard actor. Object type. And then I can cast as I'm coming in. So from here we can cast to SQ planet. We can also cast SQ asteroid. If cast is successful, I don't need that string anymore. If the cast is successful, we'll do this one. If the cast on this fails, we'll do this one. And then, oh, this object type needs to be this. From this object, I need to get asteroid stats. Let's break that. Get these. And we'll do this one. Alright, we're going to jump back to the HUD. Now I get a bunch of angry mobs, but we'll grab that from selected planet, or selected object. Okay, I think that's the only broken, but we'll see in a minute. Oh, I take that back. That one goes to there, this one goes to there. Okay. Just double checking. So planet shows up, planet 3. Asteroid 6. Asteroid 14, Planet 2. So now I need to test if I can send a ship to an asteroid. Shouldn't matter what ship I send. Let me grab an asteroid. Okay, I'm going to end my turn. I need to see if that launched. I've got an attacker on the field. When I tried to go to the attacker, something died. I'll continue. There it is. I don't know why the attacker died, but... Oh, maybe the attacker overlapped with this particular object and it created an issue. But there is the attacker. And let's see if it goes to the asteroid. Yes. It doesn't know what to do once it gets there, but it did go to the asteroid. That's just a funny side effect of Unreal. The widget doesn't do a live update. I don't know why. If I pause... That is weird. But it does go. It does go to the asteroid. So now I have to give it instructions on what to do once it gets to the asteroid. So the simple answer is, if it gets to an asteroid, it needs to turn around and come back home. Or... I don't know. It might just be fun to send ships to an asteroid and let it sit there and orbit the asteroid, just like indefinitely. And then when somebody else sends ships to that asteroid, it'll just attack whatever. That could be fun. But I think for now, going to the asteroid and coming back will be good. So let's hit stop. We'll ignore all of the error messages. We didn't see any of those. Okay. We'll jump back in here. We'll give it some instructions for what happens when it sees an asteroid. So on the ship, that's the star. That's a Blitz and Chits ticket. There we go. So where is overlap? There's overlap. A lot of stuff happening in overlap. Spawned. Is other actor a planet? If so, we get a bunch of stuff. Is other actor a ship? If so, we have some stuff. Let me do an ISA for the asteroid. Okay, if the other thing is an asteroid, we'll just have it do a round trip for the moment. So we'll hit it and then we'll go back to the home planet. Alright, so an asteroid, okay, so if things that I should know, I need to know if the home planet is still owned by the player. So I ran into that before. Which owner am I using here? So for ship stats, I'm grabbing shipstats.owner. For the planet, this is why consistency with your code is important, but I digress. I believe I'm doing... I don't think I'm doing it by planet stats. I think I'm just doing it by owner. So let's go back to planet.h. And some building stats. I am getting it from planet stats. Okay. Okay, so if the home planet owner and the ship owner are the same. But where... I need to see what this is. So I've got owner here under planet stats. Nothing else. So that means it's getting it from the owning player off of the actor class. I gotta check game mode. Hold on. Home planet, planet stats, okay. I just want to make sure that I'm getting it from a consistent place. Otherwise, that would cause some problems. Okay. And actually, I'll do it from this position. Alright. It's going to be planet stats dot owner. Alright. Is the home planet being owned by the same player? If so, then this target object is equal to this dot home planet. That should be good enough. The contingency on that is if that's not the case. I guess I could have it search. So the current rule set is if a player doesn't have a planet, the player is then marked inactive. If that player is inactive, technically you're dead, regardless of if there are other ships out. But in Conquest, if you had, you could be marked inactive and still have ships in the void, and then those ships will eventually arrive at a planet. And if that planet wasn't occupied, or if the occupants were weaker than you, you could regain a planet and become an active player again. So I may just keep that option. But for now, I just want to see if this is going to work. Will it go out and then come back? Welcome to the stream, by the way. It's cool that you're watching the stream. You should chat with people and stuff. Period. I don't know if he's still watching, but he texted and said he's watching. Okay, so now we're in, and I want to see some stuff. Okay. That's cool. Planets cannot be disrupted by the orbits of other planets, so situations like this could be pretty precarious. You know, in like an actual game setting. If you ended up here and the other player ended up here, it's gonna suck for you. Although home planets are usually forced to be pretty small, so I'm gonna guess that these two are home planets. So planet 2 would be here. This would be planet 3. I'm going to end my... Oh, I'll go ahead and just build stuff. And I'll end my turn. Yeah. So these are the home planets. But that keeps it fair. You know, you don't want to start on a planet that has more resources than somebody else. That wouldn't be cool. Alright, so I'm going to end that turn, end the turn. I'll end turns again, and then I'll create a ship in the queue. I'll make 2 ships. Then I'll end some turns. Okay. Let me send out to this asteroid. Way out there. I'll send a ship there. Let's end, and I'll end. And I should be able to see he's going out, and he's coming back. That worked just fine. He just went kind of like bounced, bink. At some point I'll have to do like a, loop around instead of a to and fro. But that works. Okay, so now that I can go there and come back, I need to have the harvesters go there, make contact, acquire whatever resources are there, and then come back. I'm not sure what other options there are. So under this condition, this needs to be true, but also the ship type needs to be an attacker. And I'll just check the ship type first. This ship stats dot ship type. I want to make sure that this is an attacker. If it's an attacker, and this is true. Of course, it could be an attacker or a destroyer or a scout ship, but whatever those conditions are. And I don't have destroyers up yet, so I'll just do it as this. Then we'll go out and come back. Do a patrol. Borrow this logic. If we are a harvester, technically a harvester can have a trade route, and it should already have an option for round trip. So I'm not sure how those are being handled. Did I handle that already? I'm on ship, right? Yeah. Where is setup trade route? Create trade route. I think the rest of this is being done in Blueprint. Because I know part of this activates. And I can send cargo. That's been established. For now, well, I don't want to rewrite code, so I'm. Do I have a deliver payload option already? There's deliver payload. In this case, destination should be a planet. Yeah. Because you're not delivering resources to an asteroid, you'd be taking them from. So I think I'll make a function for harvesting. Because I need to evaluate the the target and all that stuff, but I'll just do that inside of this function here, and I'll move it later. Where are we at? Okay, so if we're a harvester, we want to check to see let's make this we'll cast that. All right, Bruce. If you're heading to bed, head to bed. Have a good night. Assuming you're still watching the stream. Or I'll just text it. Have a good night then. There we go. Okay. What do I want to do here? I may flip the script. I may do this action first, then do the next action and return out. But anyway, once I get there, I don't need to do this check. Something I didn't check when I was writing this, which is if it was the correct asteroid. So, so up here I need to make sure that this dot target object is equal to overlapped asteroid. Just in case, we don't want it to turn around anytime it hits an asteroid. We want to make sure it's the correct one. So, yeah. Okay. Turn out. Let me double check my thinking here. It's interesting that I have this return out if the home planet is null. I wonder why I chose to do that. Oh, I see why. That way I don't get an error if I hit here. It just prevents that error from happening. Yeah, I should just be able to check overlap to that. Having the cast didn't seem to matter. So I should be good. It is interesting that it's not shadowing this. Just because this is kind of redundant in this particular case. Just because I am inside the ship code, so I should just be able to call direct. Anyway, I'll do it this way. It doesn't matter. Comparisons are the same. Let's do this as target object. And we'll say not equal to. Alright, so if what we hit is not our target object, we'll return out. And then we can check these. Now I don't have to do this here. And then this part, I'm going to have all ships do this. So I don't think it matters if it's an attacker. I'll say return home. I'll do this one up here. And yeah, this is redundant, so I'll just take this off. Sometimes it's better for clarity. I wonder if I can call destroy by itself without this. Should be able to. Yeah. Oh. Anyway. So if we're a harvester, we want to gather resources from the asteroid. So how many resources shall I gather per harvest? What's a good amount? 10 resources per thing, 20, 100, 1,000. And I suppose it would depend on cargo capacity and all that stuff. So and then the other question is, should the asteroids get depleted as you're mining from them? Because I can keep them infinite and you can just keep harvesting from them, right? But realistically, every time you harvest something from the asteroid, there should be less and less of that. Creates a sense of scarcity, In Command and Conquer, if you were harvesting Tiberium, eventually there wouldn't be enough Tiberium left. If you're in StarCraft and you're mining crystals or gas, eventually those things run out. So I should get number of resources. Then how much should I get? I don't know what the harvesting amount is going to be. I guess I should predefine that somewhere. So if I'm greater than harvest, if I'm greater than that, I want, I guess for now I'll just add a certain amount to it, and I can fine tune it later. Let's do, I guess I'll do it this way. Let's say, that's fair. I think that is going to be a T-array. Where are you at? Be nice if they were in order, you know? Where the foo bar is ship.h. There it is. Can I move you? Alright. So this is current per, and this is the max. But these are not established. resource from this. No. I don't want to do that on the loop. That would be bad. Some things I need to check. I need to check to see if I don't already have cargo. Because I don't want to... As the ship approaches the asteroid, it could hit it, gather resources, pass it, turn around, hit it again, and then deduct resources from it again. So I don't want to do that. And I need to check if the ship already has resources in it, and if it doesn't, then we can acquire resources. So if ship stats dot cargo I'll just check cargo. If we have any cargo, it should be fine. If cargo.num is greater than 0, then we're going to wipe here I am nesting things again. It's less than or equal to 0. Then we'll go through the loop. And I'll do it this way. While I don't even need to do this check. The loop will do the check for me. If cargo.num is less than the overlapped asteroid resource number of resources, then I mean, I still need to step through the loop, so I'll have to create an iterator. I'm stuck in the loop in my head here. I'm overthinking it. I need to iterate through the resource amounts. I don't need to iterate through all the resources because they'll be in the same order that it receives them. So I'll do this. it should give me an array of resource types, and this should be an array of resource types. So I should get that array filled. So they should be in the same order, and then I can go back and do this as a for loop. For I is 0. Overlapped asteroid. This is overlapped asteroid. What number of resources? I plus plus. And then there could never be an instance where I have a partially filled cargo bay in this particular case. So I should just be able to pop in the max amount of resources. So I don't need to do this check. Alright. And I don't really need to add unique. I can just add. And I don't need to grab from resource amount. In this case, I can do ship stats dot max cargo capacity, because it'll add it per, and then I will deduct the max cargo capacity from the overlapped asteroid. Okay. I think that will work. Double check my logic. So if we hit an object and it is an asteroid, we'll capture that as an asteroid. If it's not an asteroid, we'll leave. If it's not the one that's in our hand, basically, we'll leave. If we're a harvester, we will then check our cargo capacity. If we have cargo, then we will do nothing. Otherwise, we will get some cargo and load them up. After that, we will return home. And that should be okay. And then delivering cargo is already handled. This part's redundant. I don't need this. Technically, I don't need this here, but I'll leave that one there. Alright, we'll save that and then run it and see what happens. So now I'll send a harvester out to an asteroid and see if it collects cargo. And if it'll deliver that cargo back to the home planet. Or whatever planet it was sent from. I wish I could say I'm slow because I'm tired, and that's only partially true. I'm slow because I'm dumb. Alright. Can I build a ship? That's a harvester, right? Yeah. Nice. Let me do game mode, and I need to just see what's in the queue, so action queue. So I've got a harvester in the action queue. Cool. Nice. Now let's see, I'm on planet 2 and I want to grab an asteroid. I don't print whatever cargo is on the asteroid, but that is interesting. I don't have the... Well, no, that makes sense. I would see it on the Resources tab. Is it going to lap it? It's going to lap it? The planet lapped the asteroid. Almost. There is a bit of a perspective shift. Okay, I'm gonna send the harvester out to that asteroid. I'll send, and then I'll end my turn. Okay. I don't know if that harvester died, but it looks like I may have gained resources. No harvesters in the mix. It must have returned to me. Where is... I'm on planet 2, so that would be here. So that is pretty close. Let me send it to like one that's way out here. I just want to see it do its job. Huh. It doesn't look like the harvester is getting sent. Or I'm missing it. Yeah, this is getting readjusted. Did the harvester dock at the asteroid? That should not have happened. I think it's just not reading correctly on this. That got added to the action queue. Huh. Alright, I'll end and then end. Is there a harvester? There is a harvester. Let me eject. There it is. And then it looks like I gained some stuff. Alright, I'm going to send that harvester again. I'm at 625, 11, 785. Send out a harvester. End task. Harvester 1. It's going out. Okay, let's get the cargo. Okay, so it looks like I grabbed petroleum. Cargo capacity is currently set to 0, so it didn't get anything. But it did get petroleum. Has cargo bay is not checked. Should be checked because it's a harvester. Okay. But it did go and it did return, so that's working, and it did grab cargo, so that's working. When it gets there, it would. I don't know if depositing happens because we don't have anything to deposit. So let's exit that. Let's jump back to the ship, and then where are the ships defined? Under define ship, supply ship, harvester. Interesting, I didn't give the harvester any cargo. I think 100 units is good. We'll roll it. Alright, I'm on planet 4, which is way out there. Let's grab a asteroid. So you see that shows up as that, but it doesn't give me the proper capacity. Let me go ahead and try to add that to the queue. Game mode. And then queue. So it is not adding to the queue. That's not adding to the queue, but if I grab a planet and then grab it again. Now it adds to the queue. So it's failing to add to queue if this data is not here. Which makes sense because it takes the received data into the thing. So I'll have to go take a look at why that's not firing. But for now, I will end and let me eject. Okay, so there's the harvester. And I want its cargo. And yes, it has a cargo. Has a cargo bay, which is good. It has a max cargo capacity. Good. Let's see what happens if it hits an asteroid. Okay. We gained some cargo. We gained iron and petroleum in these amounts. So Planet 4 should receive those. I'm at 970, 645, and 485. So that one went and that one went. I don't know if this one went. My short-term memory decided to flush itself, so I have no idea. But it looks like the cargo went and came back. Would be nice if I had that as a trade route. You know? Send resources. Okay. Now something was breaking with the asteroid not showing up correctly on here. So why was that happening? Let's pause for a minute. Okay. Hi, Jericho. Jer Bear. I'm just checking. Your sissy's been stinky. Your sissy has been a stinky cat. Update destination ship list. No, you little. That's very rude of you. Jer Bear has decided she wants to say hi. You're a big cat. Listen, you are a big kitty, and you're not getting on my keyboard. That's not happening. That's not happening. No. No. My lap is not for you to lay in. But I'll get Jer Bear all over me. You and your stinky butt, man. Learn to wipe your butt. You're like one of the grossest cats ever. You can lay halfway into my lap, okay? Halfway is all you get. Halfway. This half is allowed to be in my lap. Your dirty butt is not allowed in my lap. You're creeping into my lap. Get out of here. Trying to be a sneaky brat. Alright. So updated destination ship list. Destination planet. This gets called from where? That's got to be on... Is that the destination child? So this gets a bit messy because the asteroids don't have ships there. So they won't have a ship list to pull from. That would fail. So where this gets called from, I have to that is the send ship menu. Let me just find out where this is. Update destination. Ship list. This one. Over here. Passing in the home planet. So I think I'm safe. Well, that's the resource destination. Oh, I'm not using that. Has any children? Alright. Let's make this... let me nuke it. Make it an actor. And then that's gonna get really messy. Cast to SQ planet. And then cast to SQ asteroid. Really, I don't have to do an is valid on a cast. Like, this is sort of redundant. But if this goes through, that's all happy, and then this goes there. Hey, welcome to the stream. Really, I can just kind of pass this in. The asteroid doesn't have its own ship list, so it doesn't matter. But I need a default, ship list. I guess I technically don't have to. But how do I reflect this off of that? Because if I pass this directly in, this is going to fail because that's going to be dead. I'd rather not have to do this twice. It's a shame that these dynamic values can't be swapped out at runtime. That would be nice. Because I don't want to have to build this twice. I think what I'll do is create a ship list. That I can clear and reset. See if I can make one here. That'll be from Planet Stats, Ship List. I don't want to do it from the E-ship stats -1 because there's one additional in there. That wouldn't be good. I'm pretty sure ship list is just an E-ship type. Planet.h. Ship lift is an F ship. Trying to think of a reliable source to grab the ship list from. Just as a default, it just needs to exist. I guess I could do it from any of the home planets. I just need to copy the data into it so it can be a thing. Where is begin play? I guess I can. Do I get the player from anywhere? No player. Ship list is going to be F ship. And all I want to do from here is get the player. Does this have the game mode on it? No. No, but I can get it from the menu. Player HUD menu. Player. Get home planet. This is like a very crude way of doing this, but it'll work. So, just so you're aware, when you swap out wild cards like this, there's a good chance they're gonna take a big crap on you. This is how I broke Rocket Ship for 3 months, as I swapped out these wild cards. So what I'm gonna do is break this. And I will break this. Okay. And then if it's the other way around, I can use the default menu. This I should be able to pass into here. I need to compile. This one did not clear. I'm going to break the pin here. Okay. If you don't do that, these don't always refresh, and they keep whatever old data was in them. It's a really annoying thing. Like I said, I broke Rocket Ship for like 3 months. I was trying to figure out why the heck why the inventory kept breaking. And it was one of these bastards didn't. I had swapped out the wild card, but I never refreshed it. Sometimes it's better to just kill it and make another one. And my paranoid self, I'm just going to kill it and make another one. For loop. Actually, was that with or without a break? No break. Okay. Yo. Oh crap.
Can you check your inbox?
Which one?
Can you go with ChatGPT? He kicked me out. Put in the password, but he was a dick. Sorry. Choked myself.
Did that go to my phone?
Still on your email. 9783.
Alright, hold on a second. I'm gonna go back. Oh, I gotta solve a problem. Hold on a second.
You can do it later. It's not the end of the world. If it's not right there. Mine is always right there.
texted it to you. Okay. And it's just these two cords. One, and then two out here, and that one coming in. So 4 each. Again, I'm just breaking the wild card here for my own sanity. This goes here. That needs to go to there. I think that one's safe to break now. And then this one will run. I don't think I need this validation check because these casts do their job. But I'll probably do it anyway. And then the rest of this is going to be the same. And then that is broken over here. So instead of coming off of selected planet, I'll do selected object. Let's see if it runs. Player head. Okay, let's see if this works. If all goes well, I should get updates from when I select an asteroid. Nope, didn't get crap. Okay, wheel? No, sir, I don't like it. What happens if I grab a planet? Planet shows up, asteroid comes up blank. Planet shows up, asteroid blank. Let's see if I can still send a ship to the thing. where's the asteroid? There's an asteroid. I'll send a ship. Oh, I need to see if it shows up in the action queue. Game mode. It does not show up in the action queue. That's lame. Very, very lame. I mean, the way that it was happening before was broken, but worked. This is broken. So what do we do now? I don't think I have to really revert any changes. Default ship list, I think, just gets nothing in it. If I bypass this entirely, it'll probably work. Nothing for the asteroid. I gain a planet, and then I grab an asteroid. So this works the way it was working before. Once established, I can use it. And I can probably send to that asteroid, right? Yep. So that works the same as it did before. So all that tells me is the one that is being generated at the start is dead. This cast is succeeding, it's just that this part is dying. And then local goes and does local things. It could be a race condition. because technically the game, all the things in the game happen and then the player is created. So it is possible that this is failing to retrieve the player. Although it should be getting it from the player HUD. Because player HUD is able to pass it along down here. Listen, you bubbles that I'm not using, get out of my way. I don't know why else that list would die. Other than it doesn't exist. What I can do is output this to a print string. And then on a for each, and get the values of it. This list can't break it. It's probably not a struct pen to break. Can't get object name. Let's do a break. And we'll pop in ship type. I think that'll do. So if it's a race condition, I will not see this message. If it's something else, then I should see something. I did not see the message. Let's force the message to stay on screen. Duration 120 seconds. So this is guaranteed to stay on screen if it even pops up. Do 4. Yeah. I'm not even seeing that fire. Let's delay it. Delay. 0.2 seconds. There we go. So it was a race condition. A 0.2 second delay works. It's not really perceptible from the player's perspective, so we can do it. Actually, let me run that and actually just double check to make sure that I'm getting the result that I need, which is, does grabbing an asteroid populate? And it does. So yeah, that was indeed a race condition. If you're not sure what a race condition is, if you don't program, that basically things are generally executed in serial. So item A happens, then item B happens, item C happens, item D happens. Well, you can have two processes that need to happen at about the same time, but one of them will finish before the other. Because you can have asynchronous processes, the order at which those things execute might be different. So if you run the program, sometimes A finishes first, and sometimes B finishes first. It just depends on the order of operations behind the hood. You don't always have control over that. So in this particular case, a lot of things happened before the player was technically born. So I just put a delay on there. But that works, and I can pop this off. I don't need this anymore. It bothers me that these wires don't line up. There is an option to force to align, though. Alignment top or whatever. I'm not going to do it, but it's fine. Okay. But now that works, and I shouldn't have an issue with those misfiring. So if I happen to grab an asteroid first, everything works. And I will even build a ship just to verify. There we go. And I'll pick an asteroid that's far away. And that worked. So yeah. Alrighty. We're at about 1 o'clock. Pretty much got what I wanted accomplished for this session. So I would think I'm going to go to bed. And we'll continue on tomorrow. Yeah. I think the next step... two next steps, I guess, would be to be able to actually end the game and to get AI characters working, AI players working. If I can do that, then I can push out a demo and you guys can play it. It'll be single machine multiplayer, or you can do single player. Network multiplayer won't work yet. But yeah, that'd be pretty cool. Alright guys, I'm going